How's everyone doing today? How you doing, Naresh? Alright. That's not quite right. There we go. Now that's right. Perfect. Alright. How you doing? Alright. Well, just make a bank in the auction after the wipe. Oh, did last group out get wiped or something? I didn't know this. Oh. Are you meaning just when your account had the issue and somewhat wiped or whatever? But yeah. I think I've come up with a reasonable design for the ship. I just need to kind of do a little bit of work. The auction wipes all items for sale or gone, and everyone's auction money is reset to 10k. Oh! Okay. Did that fix the echo, or do I still echo? Fixed it. It stopped before my messages sent. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I think I've come up with a reasonable way that I want the ship to unload. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to not necessarily prioritize quick escape, but I definitely want to work a little bit more for that quick exit design. It'll be a little interesting to see if I can't make it work right, but that is going to be sort of the idea, is to try to create a ship where about 50 or so people can leave and are right at the exits. The big part that I'm gonna have to worry about is because, like, if you see in the ship that it shows, the blue ship there's a red ship version, and it has, I think, around 30 or so seats in the back. And I think I might work something similar to that. Oh, right, I need to fix something. Dang it. No, dang it, I didn't want that to do that. It's fine, I'll leave it be. There we go. There we go. I just forgot to change another tab before, so yeah. Very excited. I hopefully will get this to look reasonably well, and then once it's up and running, hopefully reasonably, I can make everything function correctly. Yeah, I'm kind of excited. I also did some work on the 3D model again. It now has the intended armor plate where I wanted it to be, and has a kind of outer suit with the smallest amount of detail possible, really. So I still need to do a lot more work onto it, but I got some work done with it. I started watching videos on frickin' game making, and that inspired me to just absolutely build a lot more to it. So, very pleased with it. I think I'm pretty happy with the design. I do need to do a little bit of other work to it, but I'm pretty happy with the design. I think final editions are going to be a fun one, because I think, yeah, those are going to be real fun to work on, but I'm pretty happy with it. I think the biggest difficulty is going to end up being just getting things in positions that I want them to sit. Finally installed those dragon wings with leading edge firing. No. Although I do now have, yeah, the kind of outer shirt. I don't have anything like where the line would be for, you know, where you actually button the shirt up or seal the shirt, the outer shirt around, but I do have a decent amount of the rest. And yeah, I did kind of decide on how I want this to go, so I get to go delete all of this. So everything here is gonna go. Why is the music in the game so quiet? Oh, because I have no music volume. Sound volume can be there. Hopefully the audio's not too loud, but I'm gonna want the sound. So I think what I'm gonna do is I think I'm going to make on the front end of the ship, because I'm gonna get rid of all of this. Yeah, I think the way that I'm gonna have it be is I think we're gonna have 3 squads exit the back of the ship, and then 2 squads exit out the sides or potentially the back, but they'll be kind of the not as quick exiting of the ship. But before all that, I get to just snip you, and get rid of all of this. I do like those windows, but there's just... This is a section for a ship far larger than this. And far larger than I intend for this to get. So, out it goes. And we might begin again. So, I think what I want to do here is, I think... Oh right, this is no longer set up with the mirrors in place. Yeah, I think these ships are going to be very lightly armed. They will have a couple turrets at the front to assist in landings and such. But yeah, I do think I'm going to just this, and we're gonna make this the back end just so I can make this work. Do that. I want to quickly do some design work here when it comes to the chairs, because this is going to be quite the process. There we go. So I think the way that I want this to work is I think I want... Ooh, do I want the squad members... If I want the squad members facing each other, it'd end up kind of like this. I guess I just need to quickly land so I can see just how wide this makes it, because I might have to make it a little wider in between these areas. We'll just quickly, wrong button. F8. Okay. So that gap is perfectly acceptable. I might make it just 1 block wider just to be even better, but this is a acceptable distance. Okay. So yeah, I think I'll make that just 1 block wider so that there's 2. And then the center. I think that'll be the best way to do that. And then we're just going to this. I forgot that I need to also figure out the sides, because these are going to have, actually, given the way that this is going to work, we'll just keep it like this. But then we would need another of that 5-block gap. So this is going to greatly widen the ship if I leave a 5-block gap in between the chairs. Because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I would need another width. Which means that this is going to end up with 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I might end up having to switch the way that these are placed just to make this fit, because otherwise this is going to be huge. Because with the 5-block gap, right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which means this would need to be right here. Right? Let me count this with one of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that would be way too wide, so I think I am going to... How do I want to do this? Only going oversized instead of the usual oversized. Potentially. I didn't realize just how large this was going to make everything, because, I mean, this is in theory the widest I need to make it. Because then if I just, these are 6 wide, so that'd be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that'd be another 2, so we just need another 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. So in theory, if I add in the chairs, that'd be the 5, and then we'd do this would, in theory, make all of the necessary seating for the 3 squads to be able to leave out the back. However, I misjudged how wide this makes the door area. Because if I wanted to give each one like a door for each column, that would end up with frickin' oh, that is, why is that only the sliding door and not all doors? There we go. Okay. So in theory, I could do 1 door per squad and do basically 3 doors out, or I could do a big ramp. I am tempted to go with the 3 doors, but yeah, this makes this a lot bigger than I expected it to. I might see if doing it the other way, how much that reduces the scale, because Well, this is a little ridiculous for the amount of chairs here. So we're going to wipe the chairs and try another layout for the chairs. Doing the chairs this way. I can also do the smaller chairs. Actually, yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do as well, is switch on over to the passenger seat. The one downside is that they don't quite match mirroring well. So I'd have to frickin' build the chairs like this. I might... No, I don't like the chairs with the gap. I think we'll do this. So in theory, that'd be the amount of chairs I would need. So I could do that, and then with that go 1, 2, 3. With only a 3-block center, and if I do this, this actually makes this work a bit better. This just means that each squad is split a different way than I had intended. Although, actually, I could do this a different way slightly and make this actually work pretty well. 1, 2, 3, right? Oh no, that's 2. Right, so that gives me 3 there, which, if I lay out the chairs how they're supposed to be laid out, that gives me this. Same width, much shorter area. And in theory, I can make good use of this. Because if I do this, and then 1, 2, 3, right, yes, perfect. Alright, so now this actually can work. And then I would just need to add in the commander's section, which I can easily make toward the back. So, doing it this way provides that this is technically the max width I need. Although I would have to decide on the height that is reasonable, which could be kind of difficult. I also need to, of course, build out the front a little bit more. Right. Well, 3 blocks. N. There we go. Okay. There we go. So now this is properly evened out. And each squad is basically this. So that would be squad 1, or 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then squad 5 can be a little bit further up into the ship. That being the command squad. So it makes sense that they would be Maybe not necessarily the first one in the exit ramp. I just had an idea. Does this have... Do these small blocks have letters? If not, I would have to try to either add or paint them, which would be... It does in fact have numbers for small blocks. Now I want to see how this looks if I add these to the floor. Right, I've got to make sure that these cover up something else, so we'll extinguish the ladder. So, okay. So they're not actually that bad, so I can easily add, like, one. Uh-oh. That's not correct. That's really annoying because that means that I have to undo all of this. No, I want to get rid of that because I made an error. So that's going to be the center block. Okay, that's really annoying. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. I really dislike that I managed to fuck that up. Perfect. Okay. Okay. So, in theory... Yeah, in theory, let's see here. I also want to probably quickly check my old troop transport design and see what I can do to make this one look good, because this is going to require some serious work to make reasonable. Good. Okay, bang. Now all of this is the right depth. Okay, and then we'll just do that. There we go. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. I'm really getting annoyed at this. This is why I don't like building in this manner. Should be 3 blocks, then that. So 1, 2, 3. Should be a block there because these should sit there. That should be 1 block gap. 2. The 2 sitting next to each other. Oh wait, no, then this one goes there, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, there. Okay, this should be the correct scale finally. And honestly, I kind of am tempted to elongate this design Which I kind of don't like, because elongating the design would make this really annoying, but also really cool if I elongated the design. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Then I'll just add in the block here just to make it look the same right now. Okay, so I could do it this way. This is very wide. Let's see. F10. We're gonna spawn in the other one, the troop transport, the 319, the TST 319, because I want to be able to actually identify things. Okay, let's spawn in this design so that I can get a good look on the inside of it and its scale. I luckily also can use this to roughly gauge weight and such. So, yeah, this is a much larger 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So in theory, I could literally just elongate this troop cab a little bit more. Oh god, the door opened. Really? There we go. That one works the timer. Okay. So in theory, please open. Shit. Okay, the door is stuck. Why is the door stuck? There we go. Now the door's opening. Okay. So in theory, I should be able to make something very similar. I will probably change the way that I do the pistons for the ramp, but I think I'm going to just take something very similar to this and make it slightly longer, and then give a section for the 10 other people to get out. That's what we'll do. Okay. So, I think we are going to... Yeah, so I can easily do this. And just simply rotate. Mirror this. Just simply chop that. That'll make this work best. Just delete you. And delete this one. And then go and take this. This also will allow me to make these a little wider. Reasonably wider. So what we'll do is I'm going to extend this. And then also give myself, let's see, how much more do I want width-wise? I think I want maybe an extra 3. Because it's an extra 2 for that. Plus an outer edge. So if I do this... I can then move that over one. Get rid of these outer chairs. Turn off the mediums. Find the chairs again. Do this. There we go. This will allow for more space to kind of do some decorative. Wrong. No, I want this button. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I just need the one last seat. And I just simply need to, yeah, do this. I did just think of something that might speed this up rather than placing these individually. Just do that. And as long as I get the seat placed in the right space this time, there we are. I should just be able to... Boom. There we are. This is now entirely a full... Basically, almost a full platoon besides the immediate people who exit. And by keeping it the shorter distance, or by keeping the this like this, I can then in theory also do 2 back ramps, but we'll just do the one wider, which I don't need it to fully coincide with this. So in theory, if I just take this being the middle point between the two and go, where did I put my hinges? I should have hinges somewhere. Wrong button. No. There we go. There are my hinges. We can do 2 hinges. Perfect. Those are upright. And that'll be basically where the door is. So as soon as it lands, all basically 14, or no, all 48 of these soldiers will exit the vehicle immediately at this point. Which is going to be really freaking cool. I will also build the ramp out of heavy armor just so that it can kind of withhold a little bit more. Alrighty. The downside is, of course, none of the people back here will be able to have oxygen, so deploying in space situations will be not so fun unless I want to do some really, really complicated doors. Which, I mean, I could do really complicated doors, I just don't kind of want to do that. Because complicated doors would suck. Where the frick did I put merge blocks? I thought I had those, or do I not have merge blocks no more? I think I might have gotten rid of the merges at some point. Oh no, I didn't. They're over here. There's the one. There's the 2. There we go. And then we'll just, yeah, I also need to figure out how big I want this to be. I think we'll do... We'll do this wide. Or 1 wider. So it'll be 1 smaller than the current outside the ship. Perfect. And then if I was to, of course, do this, build a vertical. How high do I want this vehicle to be? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You know what? I kind of like that height for the doorway. We'll do 9. So I'm just going to do this and cover the entire vehicle with this. This is a troop transport, so very large. Yeah, I like this height. And in theory, if I wanted to, I could make this airtight. I just don't know if I want to do that. Because to make this airtight, I would need to do some really weird stuff. As in, I would need... Oh. I know I'm running low on space on the PC. Why did you have to kick me out of my game to tell me this? But yeah, in theory, blast door blocks are airtight on the sides, but allow for movement. Please don't frickin' kick me out again. So in theory, I could do something kind of ridiculous, and I do think I'm going to at least try it, even if it's not the most reasonable. Alright, so if I do this... Oh, it might look a bit weird, but maybe a bunch of doors lined up behind the main big door. None of the weird subgrid shenanigans. Yeah. That probably would be the most reasonable. I think I might just try to build the weird subgrid shenanigans for... At least give it an attempt and see if it can be airtight. But... yeah. If not, I will probably go with that just because then it's at least there. But, yeah. May Clang have mercy. Yes, yes, may Clang have mercy. He probably won't, and none of the things I build are ever designed necessarily for function, more or less fashion. But I've also... I anger Clang on the regular, so I do not mind angering Clang. Clang is always angry with me. So that does that, and then I just need to do this. And then if I was to do something like... breaking that block. I don't know if this works. Can you really be a shipbuilder if you're not angering someone? Well, in this case, the thing I anger is the physics engine. I anger physics. What little physics this game has, I anger. Oh, right. That doesn't work because... So in order for this to work, I would have to, do some very interesting shenanigans with hinges. Does that? No, that does not allow that either. So this doesn't work anyway because it really hates that. So yeah, this doesn't work anyway because in order for this to try to work, I would have to use those on pistons. So I'd have to use, like, I guess in theory I could do this, but it would really probably not work as I want it to. In theory, this would work. Are pistons airtight? Oh, great. Now these are separate, so I need to use merge blocks again. Where are my merges? They are on 8. Okay. Okay, and then I would have to try to add in that so that doesn't disconnect again, and then add in the merge block. I guess I'd have to have the merge block there and then hope that this allows me to build a merge block here. Okay, that does work. And then this is going to be a very complicated door. Okay, and then I can remove these because that's like that. If I'm not trying to anger Clang, I don't know what I'm doing. This is a awful idea. This is a awful idea. I'm still going to do it though. I want the square pistons. Oh, come on. Allow me to build it. Oh, there's a piston head in the way. Okay. Then go over to 8 again. This is going to anger a lot of things. Let's make sure that you are actually attached. Good. Okay. This somehow works. I have no idea if this will count as a solid wall. If I, where did I put my blast door blocks? I honestly have no idea if this works or not, but we're gonna try it. At the very least, this seems like it should work. Okay, and then I just need the blast door block corners, which we'll just put in this orientation. Okay, and then if I seal all the rest of this, and in case the giant thing in a block, okay, and then do I need to add in a conveyor port, and then I need, where are my tanks? I would need a oxygen tank. Okay. Oh. Okay, and then if I just sneak my way through here, Fix the hole in the wall and add in a vent. Does this work? No. Okay, will this work if I throw... Where the frick is it? No, that's not what I want. Where is what I want? There it is. Does this work if I... panel the piston? No. Okay, so this just does not consider it, okay. If I... through this here, does this... No, okay. I don't think blast doors are airtight. Apparently not. I thought they were, but no. Which means that in order for this to work, I would have to do, this around the edge. To, stop any possible connections. Which means that this doesn't really work, and then I would have to use something like a slope there and a armored panel over this. No, wait, no, the armored panels are angular and they do in fact connect, so I still don't think that works. Which means that, yeah, in order for this, I would have to armor panel these. Does it now consider this? No. Okay. Yeah, so it's because this is having to be constructed in the way that it does means this don't work at all, so... Well, at least I learned. No. Remove. Remove. Okay. Please remove. Okay, so yeah, that does not work in the slightest. Okay, so yeah, if I want this to work, I would have to use doors, and I'd probably want them to be center-lined. So in theory, I guess I could put the door here. BRB, alright. Oh, wait a second. Let me try something. I really hate using these. I'm going to assume that one of these conveyor converters are at least airtight on the sides. I hope the conveyor converters are tight on the sides. Don't appear to be so. These doors are closed. Oh wait, don't I have the... think I have the ability to find leaks if I... Control panel... Air vent, leak finder, find... There was a hole in the roof. Which means that obviously this is airtight. Was the other thing airtight and I just didn't realize it? You know what? I don't honestly care enough. I can make this work by simply... No, it wasn't. Yeah, it probably wasn't. And you know what? I can make this work by doing some detailing on this. So what I'll do is I'll just simply go find some blocks real quick to do a little bit of detailing work with. Three block, you. Then I can make good use out of this one. I do believe this should work. Oh, that does not hold it. So I would have to throw in something. Actually, I guess what I could do is I could just throw in a frickin'... They're not the, like, 2x3 windows? Why not? There we go. And then... That still doesn't allow that to work. Fine. I think what I'll have to do is I'll have to go... Where is my blocks again? I can do this. And put these in the corners. And... buttons... I really wish that I just didn't press those buttons as frequently as I did. And now I can throw in this like this. There we go. Oh. Really? They didn't freaking get placed here? I don't know why they didn't place. Oh. I'm gonna assume because they require very specific placement stuff for these to connect. There we go. Because I can, and it makes it look a little nicer. And the other thing I can do is, if I go over to the half blocks and just finish decorating the outside of this. And do that. And then we'll just do this. There we are. Don't mind doing that. And that showing up like that, I think looks pretty decent. And then I think what I'll do is I'll just simply do this. There we go. So now that there's at least some depth to the wall, neon light strip down the middle. Ooh, that is a really good idea. Do I have those on my build panel somewhere? I might have. I don't know. I do, in fact, have the neon lights down the middle. So I can do... where are the... Perfect. All right. And what I can do is, this is a, oh, this is not a even-sized thing, so adding in the neon light circles probably won't look the best. So I just want the neon tubes too, to hold these here. There we are. I kind of like that. There we are. Yeah, I think this works pretty well. And now all I gotta do is find out just how freaking long I want this ramp. Which also means figuring out the angle I want this ramp, because this is going to be... let's see. Yes, let's see. If I just quickly use you, do this, hinge, or on both, give the upper limit to, we'll say, we'll do 68. Sixty-eight, because I don't remember which end's which. Give it a 1 velocity. Okay, so we want the negative direction. The lower limit is probably going to end up being something like, we'll say 28. 28. Actually, I think I want this to be a little bit longer. 0. Oh, hinges, reverse, lower limit. I think I want this to be a little further than 45 degrees, I think. So we'll go... Yeah, I think we'll go upward of... Why not 40 degrees? Negative 40. We'll leave the velocity to 5. And let's see. I think it's a little too steep of an angle, so we'll fix this. Okay. Just muck around with hinge angles for a few minutes real quick. Oh, I think, yeah, we'll go with negative 35. And we'll go, I don't know, 24. Whee! Okay, reverse. Honestly, that's actually not bad. I don't know what the rest of the shape's gonna end up being, so I have no idea whether this is gonna end up looking good or not. I did just realize that I do have to, well, I am gonna be building stuff on the sides anyway, so it doesn't really matter much. But I will quickly add the roof. the minimal roof so far. I am tempted to go with a longer angle. Maybe something like a... Well, let's see. If I do this, I'd have to build on the outside, so what? Maybe a... out... No, that's not quite right, because this is going to give me a 22.5. Although, I could do that. Do 22.5 and then... I could do that. That provides a very basic angle here, allows for that. We'll see how that looks. Because that also allows for angles to be done well and would allow me to, in theory, build this ramp out of 22.5s and potentially make it airtight anyway, if hinge can be airtight. So we'll try it. Hinges. The lower limit, 22.5. Negative 22.5. Good. So it should be, in theory, that angle. So I do this. Last door on the sides can cover the gap. It shouldn't rub. Yeah. Oh wait, I added that to the wrong space. Wait. Is it not 22.5? Is that not the right angle for this? Or am I just seeing it from the wrong angle? Because I could do the blast doors, yeah. I probably will. But I would have expected that to line up correctly. Because aren't those 22.5 since that'd be 45? I would have expected that to line up a little bit more. So I guess... Now let's frickin' do this. Hinges. Why is that the angle? Let's give it a little bit more torque. Maximum torque. Okay. So, what do we do? Just negative 24? We'll do negative 25, I guess. Right, that does now align correct. Not quite, still. Wow. I am surprised by this. I'm very surprised. I would have expected something different. Maybe negative 27? It's odd. Yeah. Alright, is that the right amount? So 26 is the right amount. It's very odd. I would have expected it to be 22.5 because that's just what that angle really should have been, but it is negative 20... No, negative 26. Should make that almost perfect, and then if I simply add in a block here, do this. Oh, right, I'm in the way. I really am not liking those lag spikes. And then adding in... Oh, wait. That's not gonna fit. Why did I think that would work? I have no idea why I thought that would work. That would not work. Although this would probably work. No. Doing something like this would work. This would work. I mean, if I could build things out of the right frickin' block. The problem with that is that this already starts it off higher than it needs to be. So that's why it wouldn't work the other way. But doing something like this, I said it weird. Build it first, then put it at that angle. Yeah. I think it might actually work. If I do this, I think this will work. Okay, because if I do this, this should work. I just do this to make sure that the blast doors are not allowing weird connections, and then lower it to its lowest, which requires me to go here, 0. Yeah. I do still need to add in a full another 10 seats, but the blast door hitbox is similar. It's smaller than its model, so it should work. Yeah. And in theory, I could also make that a little less steep just to make this even better. But if I do this, I think this will work. If not, the other way will definitely work. But I think that'll work. Only one way to find out. Hinges reverse. There we are. That did work exactly as intended. It will not let me build that blast door like I'd want, but I could, in theory, build the blast door edges. Why is this rotating? Because I have auto dampeners. Turn off the dampeners so I'd stop rotating. Okay. Boom, and then if I just do blast door edges. Boom. Right, I have no idea why it won't let me build there, but sure. I always forget that that does that sometimes. It's annoying. Let's have the right angle. Alright. Right, that was down. No, that was the other way. Dang it. Okay. Well, I'll try it at a different angle, but it might not let me because the hitboxes are a little weird with hinges. But if I now do over here... Come over. Please stop lagging. Okay. Hinges. Angle 26. I think what I'll do is I'll do... Ah, shit. Negative 25.5. There we go. That way it's just slightly less than the one that'll cause me issues. And... Well, I don't know, 22. Reverse. Perfect. And this may or may not allow me to build anything here. Not on that side, but it might allow me... Not on that side either. So I might just have to, do this. There we are. Because they have slightly odd hitboxes where one part of them is bigger than the other side. I don't know why this is, but it is. And I did this way, so this is the way these go. Perfect! Okay. Can another hinge fit there? Double hinge? I mean, potentially, but it already has double hinge. Where am I? There we are. Or technically quad hinge. It probably could, but doing it this way, I think also works well for keeping things in an angle that I wanted them to be. I forgot that this entire ramp is built out of heavy armor, so that this might not actually be, you know, shot up instantly. Alright, now let us just seal in the rest of this, because honestly, why not? We'll do that. There we go. Okay. Now I've got to actually decide what I want to do for any of the rest of this vehicle. Because I like this, this looks good, and for now the inside of this will work. But at the moment I'm going to actually need to figure out what I want for the rest of the vehicle. I do think... Well, that's not good. 1 second. God dang it. That's not good. Okay, what did I last... Okay, quickest thing I can do to fix that, this. What do I actually still have on that drive that I know where it is and can delete readily? I would really like not to have this world not be able to save. That would really suck. Where I really need to work on what is where. Oh, good. Gotta fix something real quick. Oh, this is... Really? These are the only things that are on here? Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay. How about the Fortunately, don't have those, but I can get rid of that. Unfortunately, I really don't have a lot of space. I really need to fix that. It's just expensive. Because to upgrade my frickin' drive would be like, my main C drive would be like, I think I'd have to upgrade it to either a terabyte or 2 terabytes. I think it'd be a terabyte or, yeah, 1 or 2 terabytes, which would require like $200 for this, which is rather expensive, and I don't know what else is on it. Wait, do I have... Let's see. Do I have this installed? I might be able to uninstall something. I just have to check where this is installed in. Oh, I've really got to freaking fix this. Oh, come on. Dang it. Okay. I really, really need to remember to fix things. And work on my discs, later. I really need to manage my storage one of these days soon. I keep forgetting. Wait for me, gotta go. Good luck and see you around. Alright, see ya. See ya, Mr. the Invincible. Okay. Yeah. I just need to check. Yeah, this is right. Shit. Hey. Okay, how did that change my available space? Please fix this. Okay, so, does this work? Would really like to... Okay, please. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's really not great. It's now telling me that my C drive is completely full. What else is here? Can I... Oh. Well, that explains at least some of the space. Uh-oh. Shit. I don't know what that one is, so I am going to not delete that. No, please. No. Oh, come on! Please! No. No. There we go. These I can delete without issue. Okay. So I figured out what I had problems with, or what I could clear. I apparently had a bunch of, I had done some testings previously of some stuff, and so made extra, extra accounts on the computer. So this is now clearing out all of the apparently extra data that apparently wasn't deleted when I got rid of the accounts on the computer. So I don't know how long that's going to take, but that is clearing quite a decent amount of space remaining. So yay! I might have fixed things because I failed to fix them before. I'm gonna want to check something. Okay. Alright, but that should actually be okay. Theory, that wouldn't be too bad. Okay. Oh lord, okay. Okay, so apparently I had 9 gigabytes of stuff that wasn't being used. That I can guarantee wasn't being used. Oh wait, and I can even clear some more because of like date modified stuff. Should tell me what is. Okay, that's even better. I'm gonna assume that if it's not been modified in the last year. Okay, that's fine, that's that. And then I think I can get rid of the rest of these. And I don't think this will cause me any issues. It shouldn't. There we go. Okay. So, once this is done, I should have a decent amount of space, actually. So, that's nice. Okay. Okay. So, Wallace does that. That was another 7 gigabytes. So I just cleaned up about over 16 gigabytes of space. Okay, cancel that. Okay. There we go. So now I have... Oh god, you're joking me. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to pick up the other drive tomorrow. At the very least, the game should, in theory, play, so... Okay. Hopefully this is not gonna fail to save. Let me quickly try to save it, just to be safe. Good. Okay. So, now that this isn't there... I actually really like the design there, but okay. So, now I need to figure out how I want to actually handle the rest of this, because I really don't know. Okay, so I've got the main room in play. I think I just want to maybe cut a small hole in back here. There we go. So if I just cut a hole here, I should be able to add in a door. They cut too big of a hole. I'm gonna want a door that looks a little bit more solid, so we'll probably go with the standard door. And now I need to figure out any of the rest of the details of this ship, because I really don't know what else I want to do here. I am thinking I want to do engines out the sides, so I can at least try to do what I can there. So we have the lab hydrogen, standard hydrogen, bulk hydrogen, the bulky hydrogen tank. Which honestly, I actually kind of like the look of the bulkies. And then... please put this in the right location, so... I can do 2 bulky, because I think that looks kind of cool. I think the thruster type that I'd want to use might actually be the sci-fi large, because I do really like the sci-fis. Yeah. I do like the look of the sci-fis, but I would have to, would probably have to make a little bit more use out of that, so I think I might use this for a cargo storage part, because then what I can do... I will find you, Twitch, and I will have you with a... Okay, then. I can see you're having some issues with Twitch. Okay, so this is a full block, full block, full block, full block. Good. And then this is going to be this. I definitely think I can make this look good doing it this way. Yeah, and then we would use this. Okay. Oh shit. Fuck, I am out of storage space. This is really, really not something I'm very happy about. I am really out of storage space. That is going to be a problem. Okay, so I kind of like doing it this way. Anyway, what did I miss? Not much. I am out of storage space on my computer for this game to save to, so I'm currently not having stuff saved. And I don't really know if I can stop that problem from occurring or not. So, that's the current situation there. Okay. I don't like that very much. But there's not really a good way to not have that, unless I wanted to extend that slightly forward and do, I don't know, something like oh, come on. But yeah, So that's a fun bit right now. None of my stuff's saving. Because I don't have space. Yay. Don't like the look of that. I'd much rather go with something like... How the fuck did that happen? Okay, I don't know how that happened. I guess I could do something like this. That's the problem. Okay, I see. So I gotta be very fucking careful not to delete the other thing. That will cause me a great deal of pain. So do not delete the other thing. That will cause me a great deal of pain. Do not delete that piece. Okay, and then we do this. Okay. So I kind of like this. Okay. Then we do this. That way at least it looks like it's holding the engine a bit more. Because I really want to make good use of this. Oh wait a second. I just remembered something else I can add. Do I have hydrogen engines anywhere? I do in fact have hydrogen engines. Ah, okay, so these don't look nearly as good as the other thing. Okay. I was going to do something with those, but they don't look nearly as good, so we'll not. Okay. Okay. Not you. I want this one. And then that one. Okay. Oh yeah, also, are we gonna be playing games tomorrow, Naresh? Stop screaming at me. I know I'm out of space. I can't do anything about it. Because I have to fucking operate off of my main drive, which I just don't know what is important and what's not important. So I can't exactly get rid of anything without potentially getting rid of something that's actually kind of important to keep. Because I really don't know what I need, what I'm using, what's being used, and what's not. Okay. And I forgot to make good use of that. Perfect. There we go. Okay. No, I said one. There we go. Okay. Good, and then I just need the other thing here. There we go. I actually quite like this design with the engines, so I think I'll use these. I don't know how many engines I'm going to want to add. And I also need to remember that I do need some downward thrust. So that will be kind of important. Actually, I might flip those engines or those tanks around. If I could press the right buttons for once. If I do this, then what I could do is if I wanted to, that's not really likely going to look good. I could do something where I do add in the hydrogen tanks. There is none other besides that front and back, but if I do this, and then I can throw in a small thruster bang, maybe. I will have to find a good way to plate the side of these. But I could then do something with the thrusters. I think the standard hydrogens will look the best here. And then find a good way to connect these. Probably just a standard pipe. I kind of like that look. And then I can easily simply do this. Just you. Find the block. Don't much like it like that. Need to be brought further forward by one. So, block. The proper size of you. Find the right size to you. I kind of like that look. It kind of looks like that just is pulled up from the side. Which I think looks kind of cool. While still allowing easy visibility of the rest of this vehicle. Though I don't know, I'm not quite certain about this top piece yet. I like the idea, but I don't think that works as well right here. I think maybe if these were slightly off from the main ship, it might look good. Honestly, now comes the really difficult part of figuring out how I want the rest of the ship to look, because right now, everything that I had figured out is finished, so... There we are. Okay. I like these for the thrusters, but... I just don't know if that looks good here. I think... I don't know. The big problem's gonna be trying to figure out how far down I want to go from here, because what I could do is I could very easily throw a layer of heavy armor and throw some large thrusters facing down and get my downward thrust. But I could also, in theory, build a wing and throw the downward thrust where the wing constructs to the rest of the fuselage. Because the biggest thing is for this to fit on a semi-standard landing pad, maybe a bigger one if needed. Which actually speaks to a height requirement. Which would be about 4 large blocks, which... if this includes the downward thing, that looks somehow reasonable to just say there. So this is currently 1, 2, 3. We're just barely on our 4th. This would, in theory, be our max height almost already. That is really not good if I keep the max height at 4. I could, in theory, extend the max height to like a 5 or a 6, but even still, I've got to figure out how the fuck I want to shape this stupid thing. Right now, I can deploy a grand total of 48 troops. I still need the last 10 somewhere else. I could, in theory, I guess, do a small section above, or extend a small section forward, maybe? Like, just behind those doors, 2 rows of 10, maybe? I don't know. I also really don't know how I want the front of this stupid thing shaped, so I guess that's what I get to do now. I like this design of thruster. I just don't know if I want the thruster here, so I'm gonna get rid of it. Please stop lagging. Wrong button. Alright. For now, I think I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. I have an idea. I figured out an idea. So what I could do is I think I might end up putting 3 of these thrusters. Actually, I think I'm gonna go with 5 of the thrusters. So we're gonna go with 1 that's gonna be built up, I think, 1 that will be built at about kind of that sort of position for the hydrogen tank. Right, so it'll be built about here. Then the next one would be built sort of forward of this. 1 block here. So we'd have 3 of the thrusters kind of like this. And then the other 2, I think, are going to be sort of on these sort of stubby wing pieces that are going to kind of come from the sides here. I am going to just quickly try to shape some of this a little bit, so we'll say 4, then we go to this. We're gonna build like that. I might pull these engines a little bit further back and, you know, add some other storage and stuff up top here. But I like this idea. We have a decent amount of width on either side. And so, yeah, I think what I'm going to do is we're going to create sort of a... I think we'll create a 3-block wide area that'll just kind of come up like this. And then we'll just set this to sort of semi-angular. Actually, wait, I have an even better idea than this. I have an idea. So if I do this, I can make use of blocks like I would have done in the other thing, and I think I might build it out from about this point. So we'll do this, and I can do this here. And yeah, I want to build this mirrored on the height side. Okay. So what I can do is I can just do this. And I think this will work well if I... kind of do it right. That's gonna need to be built a little bit further forward. But I guess sort of doing something like this. I will have to move it back a little bit. So not quite where I want it to be. But what I can do, I do want to just quickly do that and then figure that out. But I think, what is this? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think from here is a center point. Oh, right, I need to... I want to do right here, so that'll be my center block. We'll add it here. So what I want to do is we then want to use the other block here. And then we'll... yeah, I think I'll do it that way, and then from this 3-block section, sort of run a... where is what I want? Here it is. We'll run 3, and then I can... run, I think, the part for it to connect to something else. Using this. Yeah, and then I think what I'll do is just simply do this. And then if I add in the block here and go forward a bit, I think I'll add in the engine can then be placed like this, where it'll start doing its kind of getting closer bit here. Because I'll add one of these to every one of these, and then add in the this is going to be a very fast lander. And of course, I can always add more weight up front, but part of doing it this way also is going to be that the angle for the rest of this is going to sort of more or less come from the middle point here, and we'd go that, this, that. And so that is going to be the connection here. I might even add in a I'm tempted to then add in something like this. So this would kind of hold the rest of this with a block underneath. And then we just seal this. Good. I think that works pretty well. And then on the sides here, we would go, and the part that would connect here is going to end up being these. So we're going to go use these. We'll go two, I guess, for now. Move up to the angular beams. And then that will kind of be the way that the back here will look. So you get these big thrusters, this sort of tiered direction. So sort of going, the connections just kind of go across. So yeah, and then bridging to the ground, probably just one block here. At least until everything else gets suited. They really made the music in here a lot more creepy, which is kind of interesting. Okay, but I'm starting to get the hang of this. There we go. So that's going to kind of be those, and then these are going to be a bit more spread out. I'm then going to just simply grab a full block here and just kind of run like this, just all the way up towards the front. So this is going to... Oh, perfect. It's still... Oh, it was trying to build in all three. Did it do anything weird on the inside here? Luckily, no. Though that would have been really bad if I had forgotten, which I had done. Okay. But, okay. Mic check. Oh, did the mic fucking start knocking up again? I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what to do to fix it. I guess I can try this. Really? This time. Really? Hopefully that fixed it. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll just simply... It did. Okay, so at least I figured out how to fix it. It's just really annoying. Because basically I gotta just turn off and on the mixer. Okay, so then we're gonna do that. Throw on the light armor slope. Okay. Oh, of course it freaking stuck on this top layer. Okay, well, there we go. And then the idea that I have is that I can use these positions to attach some of the turrets, like the Gatling turrets, or... So, like, I can either sink them into this space, maybe run sort of other things, the rocket turret types, or even some auto or assault. In fact, I might actually give it to auto cannons. The nice bit with the auto cannons is that if you do something with the autos, and then were to place... like one of these behind it, I don't think they impact. So I could in theory do something like that and then another auto behind the rocket. But yeah, there we go. And then I think what I'm gonna do is basically the angle set for this is a 2x1. So if I was to just do the 2x1. Take a gander at this. Okay. Wow, that is awful. That is absolutely awful. Holy... Like, that is, like, really bad. Okay. Wow. Okay, that is unusable at this rate. Like, wow, when the audio does that, that is so bad. Okay, I guess. Okay. Well, in theory, if I wanted to make this work, I could... I did that wrong. That would go there, and then we just do this. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what causes that. I honestly don't know how to fix it either, so... Okay, but if I do that... Cross the wing here... That's not awful. It's not awful. I need to figure out how to easily incorporate those, and I need to bring that up, because right now, basically what I'm going to do is probably bring something like a... Right. Luckily, this just breaks everything when I do this, but I'd probably want to bring it up, probably... a small ramp or two just to make it look okay, so then go here, maybe bring okay, and then just I guess okay, this is not the worst, but I definitely need, let's see, I guess what I could do is I could make this be the room with the other group of guys. So, like, if I just kind of build it like this, and then do something like... where is the other group? Okay. And I just kind of... build it with the 5 chairs. Oh. Wait, what? Wait, why is that not? Okay. Oh, I see, okay. That was odd to see on the way that Twitch has this. Okay. So I think I'm gonna give them 2 spaces. And I think we're going to do it like this. On either side, so we end up with that sort of look. So take it that way, line that up. Okay. So in theory, this isn't actually half bad. Because, yeah, one thing that I want to do is I want to basically finish elongating the ship, and then I think I'm going to kind of go for a... maybe a tri-hammer style. So you end up with kind of a wider front, 2 guns, and then a kind of middle spine where we'll also add some guns for assaulting, but... I would need to take this, build you out at N. Okay, so and it comes like this. Okay. So now with this, I'm going to just quickly attach a few here, making sure that this is reasonably well connected. I don't mind this room looking like this. And then what I do is probably set up some of the kind of important pieces. Where are survival kit? That way I can actually see this. I think just putting a survival kit like this. Yeah, and then what I can do is I can just simply throw on a thing like a conveyor converter. And then on both sides of this, just throwing on these air vents, just... So this will be where I will put these air vents. And then use a conveyor train from here to kind of pull it up to the top of the roof. Perfect. And then, yeah. This is gonna be a fun one. Oh, boy. And then I guess what I'd probably do is, I don't know, maybe throw in crates on the sides, I don't know, and then throw together a freaking 5 wide area. Raise this up again, so raise this up again. Probably again after a door. Yeah, so we'll just throw in a door. Okay, and then you kind of go up like this. And then I guess I will just throw this a bit further, and then maybe go this feels like that neck should be bigger before I add this. This doesn't feel right. This feels like this should be way larger than it is. And I feel like that's a big issue. Because like I feel like I should like extend that headpiece to almost double this length. But I don't really want it to be that much bigger because this is now about max of what can fit inside of one of these landing pads. At least in theory, that's kind of the goal. We're already bigger than the landing pad is. So I'd have to make it bigger. Which I don't mind making it 9 wide, but it does make everything else you put on it look kind of small. In theory, I guess it could add 2 pads with these parking sideways between 2 as a potential option, but yeah, this is really ridiculous in its scale. The front just looks stupidly small. Like, this feels like this should be... For this to feel right, I feel like I need this to... go to about this far forward. Three. And then I feel like going like this. Maybe a grand total of 5 blocks. So this center section would be, oh, that's not 5 blocks. This would be 5 blocks. Because my idea would be to make this sort of a 5-block round end cap. And then throwing, assault cannons would be, they would fit well there. I don't know how I'd make the rest of this work though, considering just how high this is, though I can chop a couple layers off of this and do something like a 2-wide angle slant, and then maybe that would put it to the height that I would need. But to make this look good, I'd have to do something like I don't know how well this would look. Let's see. At most, I'd need to do it this much. Now I can add kind of pulls towards the front, but this looks a little awful doing it that slanted and that sharp. Yeah, don't like it. Oh god, and these are all going to be separate, so dang it. Okay. As in theory, I could do this. Smallest this goes is a 2x1, so this would, smallest it'd go would be this. Which isn't actually bad if I then do like a raised higher section in the middle here. And kind of do like a central fin slightly behind this fin. And then maybe bring this slightly further up. So like, I did that in a poor way. This might work. So to really make this work the best, I'd want to let me quickly come to this point and go forward. Alright, so what's the gap here between these 2 points? 1, 2. Okay. 4. So this, right, these are 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So in theory, players can walk through a 4, but I'd want them to walk through a 5. So what I would actually want to do then would be to actually make the roof be out to about this layer. So we'd be working on a yeah, we'd be working with trying to bring this Yeah, so we'll do that. And then we'll do one layer above this. This will give a 5 block in between these 2 points. Right, so this is 1, 2. Right, and then the 1, and then this would be 2 from here, right? Yes. And this should be 1, 2, 3 in between, so this is a full 5. So the start of the 5 block by 5 block area will be out. I want it to be divisible by 3, so we want to get to this point divisible by 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can do one more 9. And then if I did this, and then did something where we do this, 3, 3, and then 3. Alright, and how high are most chairs? Oh wait, I don't actually need to use chairs because I have access to... Where are my cockpits? Oh, they're in 3. There's the flush cockpit, but then there's also now the newest, the open sloped cockpit. So what I could do, these are 3 high. And so if I do this, do that, and then throw the cockpit in. I'd want the cockpit to go up. You'd want to go in one further. Yeah, so I'd want to go in one further. And then do that. So in theory, if I do this, I can then do that. Have this sort of like this, and then do sort of a 2 cockpit piece thing. This does make this want to be one further out. Which would put this like here. Which, I mean, I can see how this all looks. And then I just kind of do a similar slope on the back end here, so 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'll just continue that. Okay. And then if I kind of round this front end off, kind of like that same sort of idea here where I'm using on the back. and kind of make this indented piece, which I think will look cool. And then this, which kind of makes this want to be built at one extra height, so we'll do this over here. Oh yeah, and I can kind of do this. We'll leave a 3-block center gap. And then if I wanted to kind of do that, maybe bring this in a little bit. Because in theory, I could bring this to something like this. Bring in that, kind of bring that slope there. And then the bottom and the top of this would just kind of go like this for 2 of these, and then at this second one go up a higher one before kind of continuing like this. And then what I'd probably do is I'd probably run something sort of to the extent of this. And then maybe I don't know if I like this look. Maybe this look will look better. Kind of this weird little middle fin piece. I don't know. I don't know if I like that. It would make sense to allow for the rest of this, but I don't know if I like this in this design. Although maybe, because if I do something like this and then find a way to just kind of, well, actually, if I did something where I did this, and then I did that would make that be wanted, and then I can kinda, actually, I'd probably want to just go right above the cockpit and do another of these. And then run something like oh. So I can kind of do that, and then just kind of, I guess, do something similar. The main idea with this would be to kind of run it like this. So this would kind of do that, and then I guess I would have to... Right, though, because I have to... I'll probably do it this way to make it look the best. So we'll do the full slope and not a half slope to give a full block, but then this would also then require where is the wrong one? That block would then have to be placed like this. This being placed here. But that doesn't really... now that doesn't work. I could do one of these flush cockpits. But I can't do multiple of these flush cockpits. So I think I'm going to ditch the innard here. I might be able to do those later, but I think I'm going to ditch these. And then I think we'll do a singular of these flush cockpits, and this will be for the pilot himself. And then what I can do is I can operate from there. I do like the idea of doing this here, though, doing those two shorter slopes to bridge that. But I do think I'll probably have to run at least one of the regulars from the sides. Alright. Actually, wait a second. Why don't I just... I can make this work so much better if I just do this. You get away. Oh no. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, this is completely disconnected, so I need to reconnect it. So we'll just quickly go grab these. There we go. So now this is no longer loose. So now I can get rid of this. There we go. Now this is still attached. But yeah, if I add the flush cockpit here, this makes perfect sense to add here because of the way that this is, and then that allows for the... That's not the right place for that. But what I would be able to do is I would be able to do something like... I'd probably need to use one of these. Here, and then do... Wait a second. Okay, if I do this, I need something that would be able to bridge that gap. Do any of these have the... I guess I could do this. Do any of these have the required... Not really. Because that just does that. I don't think that there's a part that I can use that would neatly match up, because what I would need is I would need to somehow bridge this gap. But I don't think there's anything that's going to be able to bridge that gap. I gotta add this. And then I guess... let's see. I would need something that takes that angle, I guess, and then this would allow this to be this. But then I somehow need to take that and rotate it the other way. So I would probably have to take from this. I would probably have to take from this to one of these, this one, and then from there, more or less, take the other of these. No, that ain't right. Do any of these give me the angle I want? There it is. That would be the only way to do that, which means this weird inner crease bit, which I don't really like. It's an odd crease. I feel like if I'm going to do this, then what I should do is I should then use... like this to here, and then... then I could do this. One of these has to be the right one. Is there any of these that give me the angle that I desire? That one's close. That gives that angle, but not the other angle. No, not quite. Does any of these go from... oh, this one does. There we go. So that would be able to bridge the gap that I needed to bridge. But of course I can't use that over on this one, because this is over there and I need it to do that. But Okay, and then that allows for everything else, and then I can just add in this. Ah, shit. I have to rebuild that on the bottom, too. And I barely remember what I did. I am going to quickly do this. Oh, wait, because this is even weirder, because this actually has to be delayed down a bit, so I actually don't want... I actually don't want that, because this... Oh, right. Because this has to be built like this. At least twice, and then sort of a flat bit for the bottom, because this is going to be like this. So I've got to use a totally different methodology. Okay, let me clean up a lot of this junk. Okay. Good. So now if I want to bring this in the right orientation, I would just have to, I guess, find a way to make this. Best I could probably do is do this. It does mean that this would have to be... it would be under this. Which isn't actually half bad. I don't mind that. And I suppose then, in theory, duplicating the bottom would be fine. But I don't really like that option. So what I'll do is... I think the... no. I mean, that's not quite what I wanted. I wanted it to be the other direction, so... that would be this. Which, again, is not what I want. And the other ways aren't much better. Okay. So, for this, I probably want to use... probably this. Although that does bring a weird sort of angled bit to this, because this would then look best being one of these. Which then requires that to be this. This is better to be there. At the very least, though, I can do that, and that kind of provides me the ability to then, from this point, I think, run the correct piece. Building stuff takes so long. Okay, and yeah, this would then allow for... that to be in place, and then everything else just needs to be built more or less how I was supposed to anyway. So as long as I build this in the correct method... Good. Good. And then we do this. Okay. Holy shit. Okay, this is beginning to get really complicated in the building process. It is creating a very odd shaping thing, because now what I can do is that, right, if I was to, oh, let me get this in place, and we'll finally place these in their location. There we are. So I guess in theory now I would actually need this one, which would then require me to get not quite that one. I would need probably this. And then that would mean that most of this would then be able to be done with the half block. Because that would be done with that, that would be done with that. Which also would mean that this would be done with this. This would be here. And that I would have to, I guess, run... You would run probably best like this. Okay. And then I guess for this, I would actually have to, probably want this to be you, and then upgrade you, and then I make you the flat. I think that works a bit tidier, so that would work. This would allow you to be this, which allows you to function there, which allows this block to work as you, which requires this to then be this. Okay, and then that is that would be one of the this here. So the edge of this would be that. No. Because that doesn't work, because this is fully like this. So this entire edge would be these blocks. Which, then I would do this. And then I guess this would be the... would be that. Which would then make you only fit as one of these. Which makes this fit only here. Which makes only that fit there. Which then mandates this to be the right freaking angle. Okay. This is a very interesting shaping. Because now we end up with where I have this. which is probably how I'm going to end up with the other angle. So now from this, I can do that, which means I somehow need to then find a way to make this angle make sense in a quick manner. I suppose doing this as a half block might make that work a little nicer, maybe? No, not really. I think this is likely the best block I would have, but then the only other option I would have is to do something like this. And then I gotta somehow go from that as this. Yeah, so I'd have to go like this. That makes that this. This sort of requires that to be that, and I feel like what I might do is I might actually reduce this and do this. So then this can be done like this. I really honestly have no idea how we ended up with this shape. But we now have that kind of pushed forward bulgy bit up top. And then the ability now to essentially do this. That would be that. This would be this. And given that look, this would just be able to do this. And I am thinking about doing something odd here, which would be to take these angles okay, I don't know why that was not in place, but now this should. There we go. Okay, and then if I decide to switch over to this, quite simply just because I can, and then we do a full block here. We kind of finish making this weird spine. And then I can, I guess, continue this weird spine bit. I guess I'd probably want to go one further, maybe? Right, because that would then create a desired. I might go one further up. This is the weirdest frickin' design I have ever came up with for a ship. And it is only because I really don't know what else I can do to make this work. And then I'll just kind of continue this back. We'll probably build a little bit more onto the spine at some point, but honestly, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I absolutely hate all of this. I hate all of this. I just do. I just, I don't like this. Just none of this looks good to me. None of it does. I feel like... Let me think. Okay. In theory, if I rearrange the seating, I might... Let's see. If I rearrange the seating to center on these doors instead, if I did that, I would leave the walls a little thin, but I can easily beef up the wall layer by 1. I could maybe get... I don't know. I'm trying to think of a reasonable way to do this, because right now, my current best idea is to add on a second layer up top here to allow for the remaining squad to sit, and then to kind of create the second squads up top behind the cockpit, and the cockpit is elevated above the bulging belly and angled going down in front of the bulging belly. But if I'm gonna do that, that means I have to figure out the shape that I want for that front. And it would mean that I would have to completely cut off everything in front here, because I'd put more or less like the new shuttle and the new class shuttle from Star Wars, where you have the thing above it. And if that becomes the case, I might flip the orientation of these if I do decide to do that, because what I could do is I can make this land on the ground and then provide the engines sort of a little wider and maybe a little further up. But if I put engines in maybe a partial wing, that I do... Yeah, I had an idea that I think might look better. Basically, affixing engines in the sort of wing a little bit further up, but then also making it kind of swoop in a bit steeper on the sides here, and sort of more or less have a small area up here where you can have 10 or so people sitting, with ladders that give them down to the bottom section back here, and then also a entrance to the main cockpit, which would probably sit about where I am standing, but kind of angled downward a bit. Because right now, this just looks god-awful to me. It looks too small for what it is, and I feel like if I wanted to do this design, I have to bring this all the way back and sort of create this being a really flat pancake shape, and using this as the main hull body. It wouldn't be awful, but I just don't feel like it fits the rest of everything else. I don't know. I just don't know. Okay, well, it's about 11:30. I should probably move on to doing reactions anyway. I think we got... I can't remember what we had it. Oh, right. I remember what we didn't get through. Now I remember. Okay. I just... I don't know. Because, like, this wouldn't look bad with... like, some decent turrets. They're just too big. Like, these are just too big. They're just unreasonably sized for this. So I'd probably want our apparently the biggest is the assault. So we'd probably end up with 2 assault guns like this on either side. Which I think looks okay. But then I'd also want to do something sort of maybe... like this. Which I feel like just fits better if that was below, because then that would be able to do assistance. This, right where it's at now, its only use would be kind of protecting the transport as it lands, not necessarily once it's landed as sort of a Gatling defensive system. I just don't know. Oh well, yeah, I think we'll switch over to the reactions and showing off the work on the model that I had done. And whatever else I can do for saving some stuff, so we'll be right back. We'll try to save the game. It might scream at me. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's enough for me to save it, does it? Probably not, no. Okay, what else can I get rid of? Trying to think. I really wish that I knew what half of this stuff was so I could get rid of what I don't need. Let's see. I really wish I understood what was good and not good to try to delete. Okay. I don't know what's... Wait, that's also installed here? I didn't realize that that was also installed at this location. Where is it again? Wait a second. Where is this? Oh, I know what this is. I know why this has done this. I remember. Okay, so I do that. This will give, I think, a little bit more. Yes, there it is. Okay. Okay, this can be uninstalled, which should now have an... Okay. Okay, good. The world saved. Save changes, yes. Okay. Bothered. Okay, we can now show off the other thing. Okay. Yeah. Probably won't be a problem. Okay. Okay. Why is this? Okay. Jesus. Are you still here, Naresh? Or did you hop out for a second? Okay. So freaking... Everything's so laggy. Okay. I think this is fine. Okay. We're gonna show off what I did in Blender, and then we'll move on to reactions. I don't know if you're here, Naresh. If you're still here, I should say. But we'll show off the work I did in Blender. Because I am pretty excited about it. So we now have more or less a good chunk of the outer garments at least in place. So yeah. Whoops. Okay. Basically, part of this design, we have the sort of undershirt, a sort of armor piece that's right there. I did model the entire armor panel, so that would basically be like your standard armor plate. But then you sort of have the suit outside. Oh, excuse me, geez. The suit outside piece. And I've really rushed the arms, so they're not in the best shape. I will need to tidy those up and probably fix the fact that the arms are being modeled bent inward slightly to maybe more straighten those things out so that they're not bent inward, but I think once that's done, we have this. Yeah, we have the shirt. There'll be some more detail done to the shirt, but yeah, I like it. Right now, my guy looks like he's in a suit, more or less. So, the rough shaping of the suit piece is there. So, oh god, how delayed am I? How delayed's the stream? Oh god, the stream is really fucking delayed. Holy shit. The stream is like half an hour delayed. Are you still here? No rush. No rush. Oh boy. Okay, I fucking need to figure this out. I don't even say that we're fucking behind there. What happens if I do this? Okay, can I get fucking Twitch to... Nope. Bitrate still is showing as really bad. Still really poor network connection detected for some reason. Okay. Come on, please. Open this. There we go. What is... There should be plenty for... Might literally just be bad network. Okay. Okay, 1 second, everybody. We have a really, really bad stream delay. I didn't realize it was this bad. I want to see if I can't fix it. Can I get it to fix itself? It doesn't appear so. Switch. Oh, we're gonna do out our screen. R. Okay, jeez, it's so laggy. Are you still watching stream? I think I might have some bad. My Wi-Fi might be a little slow right now or something, maybe. I really have no idea. This is really bad. The stream is so delayed. I don't know how to fix it though. Is it this bad elsewhere? Or is it only the Twitch one that's really badly delayed? Okay. So it's only Twitch that's really delayed. Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. Yeah, I can notice that. Okay. So the YouTube bitrate's not bad. It's just Twitch is horrible right now. I don't know why Twitch is so bad. But Twitch is like... Okay, just, I don't know if there's a good way to fucking do this. I can force an ad break, but I don't think that'll fix anything. Shit. Yeah, for some reason Twitch is really badly delayed. Yeah, I don't know why Twitch is so badly delayed. Like the... about, I'm gonna say, at least 20 minutes behind. Is the kick stream working right? I just update you. How's the... You're working correctly as well. Okay. So even though it's not great, you're still working right. So, yeah. Kick. The streams are about... closer to our lower latency. Okay. For those who are watching, please note that in the Twitch chat. I have no idea what I can do to try to fix my Twitch to force the proper latency, because yeah, we're solidly like way fucking behind. I don't know why the Twitch is so broken right now. It seems like the bitrate just fucking fucked up and it just ain't working. I don't know what to do. Can I... Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what to do to fix it. Unfortunately, everything else just is running correctly, and this is the only thing that's not running at all. Okay, well... with that, I'm gonna frickin' go mostly off of the YouTube side, because at least that's still running. But yeah. The YouTube side should be running fairly accurate right now. This is my current 3D model that I'm working on. If Twitch doesn't fix itself soon, I might have to switch over to either the YouTube or the other system. Okay. I really don't like this. Would you please? Alright, that says all of that. Good. Okay. I want to say that this is functioning well. This one is also giving me the information. Okay. But the stream keeps buffering on and off. Oh god, check Discord. Try YouTube. Hopefully you can hear that, because yeah, the Twitch is fucked. I don't know if you can hear me. Twitch is fucked. Let's see. I wonder if... Oh, I should not do that on the live screen. Try YouTube. Twitch is about 30 minutes delayed. And we'll try sending it here as well. Okay. Okay. Shit. Test. Yeah, I know. As I was saying, 20 minutes behind. And now YouTube is buffering. Okay, well, as long as YouTube's not buffering too badly, I guess I'll do this. Okay, as long as YouTube's not buffering too badly, this is what I made. If you can actually see it. Yeah, Twitch is like 30 minutes behind. Yeah, I have no idea. For some reason, Twitch is like delayed by nearly half an hour. I don't know what happened. I think you sent your thing about Twitch being a little buggy, sent the last clip, and then it just fucking bugged out. So, yeah, I don't know if we'll end up doing reactions, but if you can see this, I made the outer shirt and an armored panel earlier today. This is what it looks like. From the front, the back, the sides. I do need to work on the sleeves a little bit more, but for the most part, I made it. And it works. I do still have a lot to work on this, but yeah. We now have a sort of outer top piece, like an inner shirt, and a kind of armored panel, like a standard armor plate that'd be held in like a plate carrier type thing that'd be on underneath this outer layer. I think it looks great. I still need to do other work, but oh god, even YouTube's being rather delayed. Jeez. Okay, so even YouTube's rather delayed, apparently. YouTube's less so, but YouTube's like 5 to 10 minutes delayed. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, it's so delayed. Okay, this is pretty bad. 30-second comment delay. Okay. So it's not as bad as what some of my things were showing. Okay. Some of my things were showing way larger delay. That's not too bad. Is that visual delay as well, or just the comment? And did it improve? Let's see. How well is this showing? Okay, there we go. So now that's showing accurate. Good. Yeah, we have this. I made it. As long as the YouTube is working correctly and not delaying itself much, I can get to doing some reactions. I do need to, again, work on this a bit more, but the end idea would be that you might have sort of like the standard suit kind of collar to this, and then would potentially have something like a military rank sort of thing on the upper chest, and then the cape-like thing on his back. Okay, as always, the delay between me typing it and me seeing show up in stream and my current bandwidth and pixel setting, in this case, college internet on 360p. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, as long as the frickin' delay is not too bad on my end, I'm okay with this. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with Twitch. Is Twitch still busted? Yeah, Twitch is still busted. I don't understand it. It is so horrible for Twitch right now, and I don't get why. It's like 30 minutes delayed. So, but, alright. Well, with that shown, I am going to go back to the avatar screen. We are going to leave that be, go back here. Okay. Alright, yep. Okay, and now time for the reactions, or at least one or two of them. I said shut up. Okay. Okay. As long as things aren't too bad, everything's fine. So, I believe... Let's see. This was a 16-minute video. I don't think we saw this. So I think... where do we get to the longer streams? Okay, probably the Code of Brawl stream. Okay, so we have 3 videos and then we get to the streams. These are... I think... Oh, this is this guy who had a lot of those, like a bunch of shorter videos. And then... Oh wait, is this also a live stream? Was I seriously one video off of being caught up? I guess I was. I was a video in the channel and then we were caught up. That kind of annoys me. Oh well. Alright.
Commander! Look over here! It's Mo! Your finest, most adorable intelligence officer! Welcome to the latest episode of the Balin Island Emergency Shelter broadcast.
Okay.
A moment, Commander. Mo will be right with you.
Okay then.
Ouch! That hurts. Mo needs to make one thing clear. That wasn't a mistake with Mo's footwork, but the most optimized, fastest route to you that I selected after many cycles of precise calculations and simulations. Speaking professionally...
Is there auto-dub or something? Or is that just the voice? If that's just the voice. That is kinda difficult to... Really don't like. I think that's just the voice. It's just kind of a little... Ooh. A little piercing of the voice.
This is referred to as a rapid tactical maneuver. Something entirely different from a
that's
mistake.
How it sounds like. Okay.
To get back on topic, aren't you quite curious how Mo ended up outside the Elmo, Commanders? Let me tell you all about it.
Okay.
All of the dolls who joined the Elmo recently have been discussing this rumor amongst themselves.
Okay.
When the moon hangs high in the sky and the wind howls, one need only look outside the window to spot a figure hanging from the Elmo's exterior, muttering cryptically, "Who am I? For what reason do I exist?" And so on. I hear that some of the less courageous dolls have already been scared witless. Mo had her suspicions after hearing of this rumor, of course. As a proper intelligence officer, however, it's part of Mo's indispensable duty to verify the report's accuracy and validity myself in the field.
Okay.
So Mo began her operations yesterday under the cover of night, looking all over the place to pin down the window from which this mysterious figure was spotted.
Okay.
After searching who knows how many windows, Mo finally uncovered the mysterious doll's true identity in an unassuming corner. Now, Commanders, I'm sure you're already getting some vague inklings. Yes, the mysterious individual murmuring to themselves in the night wind is no one but the recipient of our 1-year anniversary Most Wind Resistance Award, the doll who put herself through another 8 months of the Yellow Zone's chilling winds, even after receiving her accolade, Sextons! See, Sexton's current communication skills leave something to be desired, and Mo had no luck getting a straight answer from her. So, Mo decided to go for the full experience and really place herself in Sexton's shoes. Mo borrowed her hat, climbed up the same wall she did, and hung next to her to see what it was like. After all, you really need to see things from someone's perspective to understand them. You saw the rest. Look, Mo's even beginning to speak like her. Your Excellency, do allow Mo to inform you about Sexton's current circumstances. She may once have been the commander's adversary, but her neural cloud has since been wiped clean.
Oddly enough, the attempted voice in the voice is less piercing and kind of annoying than the regular voice.
She seems to have undergone some sort of experimentation and isn't the same Sextons we used to know.
It is.
It does seem that some data fragments in the depths of her neural cloud survived the wipe, and hazy impressions of being callously discarded after failed experimentation still linger. As the top secret intel Mo has uncovered would have it, in this themed event, Moonshroud Requiem, Sexton strikes out on her lonesome to seek out her past and her mother, moved by the blurry images that she cannot shake away. As the story progresses, not only is Melanie dragged into the affair, but the mysterious doll that Krolik has been searching high and low for is drawn in, too. Mo was really wondering if the intel she had received was dodgy. How could Sextons have a mother being a doll? How exactly this story will develop, the people and circumstances Sextons will encounter on her journey to find meaning for her existence, the outcome of her search for her mother, and the changes she undergoes herself. All will be left for you to explore in the event after the patch update on August 6th, Commanders. Sexton's neural cloud might have been wiped, but as a third-generation doll, one who has given the Commander trouble before, Sexton's remains an exceptionally capable individual. Her skills are a little complicated, but there's no need to worry, Commanders. Mo has already tidied up all of the core mechanics for you. As an electric-attributed support doll, not only can Sextons provide her teammates with buffs that improve the team's output, but she herself can deal significant damage in melee. Her core mechanics revolve around 3 special effects.
Makes sense.
Blood Kiss, Rigor Sanguis, and Carmine Emblem. Sextons can use Sanctuary Lauds and Midnight Vespers to deal electric damage and apply Blood Kiss to enemies. As the death bell rings, these enemies afflicted with Blood Kiss will take significant electric damage. Simultaneously, Sextons will create voltage tiles, healing and dispelling debuffs for allies in range. As Sexton's ultimate skill, on top of applying Blood Kiss, Midnight Vespers can create voltage tiles, applying lacerating wound to enemies in effect range, and increase all allies' damage by applying Amaranth Brand to them. This skill additionally allows Sextons to leap to a selected tile, deftly weaving through the battlefield and greatly improving her mobility. With her passive Requiem, Whenever an enemy unit dies or suffers stability break, Sextons will gain a number of Rigor Sanguis stacks, depending on their grade. With Rigor Sanguis, she can convert overflowing crit rate to other attributes, and the damage all of her skills deal will increase as she gains more stacks of Rigor Sanguis. Through her passive, she can also apply Carmine Emblem to all enemies on electric tiles.
There's one thing I dislike about some of these, is that, like, when they describe what something does, it would be so much nicer if some of these would be more easily explained, especially in the actual frickin' main area for attacking, and actually explaining what any of these things do. Like the Rigor Sanguis. I have no idea what the fuck that means.
Increasing the melee damage that they take.
No idea what
when a
half of what they
blade-wielding
have
doll
said.
attacks these enemies affected by Carmine Emblem, Sextons expends Confectance Index to use Sanguine Emblem, dealing massive damage to the enemy.
I have no idea what any of this means.
Sextons can significantly improve the performance of electric and melee dolls. For that reason, Jungyu and 404's Leva, Belka, and Andoris make for good team options.
Alright.
Mo has laid out all the details here in this image.
Yay.
I hope you'll find it useful, Your Excellency.
Okay.
As the battlefield footage Mo played just now shows, Sextons primarily uses a blade.
I know it was literally just explained, but the problem is the explanation was not enough for me to understand it. That's the problem. I can basically only understand this based on the, like, oh, this does 80% damage. Any of these, like, special effects, the moment that it starts going into what effects do what, like, providing extra crit or all this other shit, it's the moment that I completely lose what any of these things do. Because it has, like, 5 different tiers of different things that are referred to and bonuses explained, to which I just don't understand any of them. I don't think that'll help, because the problem is that I do not understand what half of it means. Like when it said, like, the crit, like when it was explaining that thing with the crit, like, oh, this does this and then allows for, like, extra crit to go into these other attributes. I have no idea what the fuck that actually means in practice. That's the bit. It will, since I can tell you. And, like, that's the bit with well, I mean, in any case, this is the same with every doll. Is that all of them I just do not understand. Like,
will create voltage tile.
Further.
Can deal significant damage in melee. Her core mechanics revolve around 3 special effects: Blood Kiss, Rigor Sanguis, and Carmine Emblem.
Okay.
Sextons can use Sanctuary Lauds and Midnight Vespers to deal electric damage and apply Blood Kiss to enemies.
Okay.
As the death knell rings, these enemies afflicted with Blood Kiss
Okay.
will take significant electric damage. Simultaneously, Sextons will create voltage tiles, healing and dispelling debuffs for allies in range. As Sexton's ultimate skill,
I have no idea what the death nail thing is. I'm going to assume that's basically just at the end of the turn or something.
on top of applying Blood Kiss, Midnight Vespers can create voltage tiles, applying Lacerating Wound to enemies in effect range, and increase all allies' damage by applying Amaranth Brand to them. This skill additionally allows Sextons to leap to a selected tile, deftly weaving through the battlefield and greatly improving her mobility.
Okay.
With her passive Requiem, whenever an enemy unit dies or suffers stability break, Sextons will gain a number.
Okay. It's called that. Okay. Okay, so the second. Okay, so if I understand it correctly, then the second skill is useful because that applies the thing, and then when you use the third skill, that activates the thing. Okay.
Number of Rigor Sanguis stacks, depending on their grade. With Rigor Sanguis, she can convert overflowing crit rate to other attributes.
I have
And
no
the
idea what
damage
that means.
all of her skills deal.
I have no idea what overflowing crit rate and what attributes does that even get. Like, none of those make sense to me. Absolutely none of what was just said there I understand. Overflowing crit rate? Does that just mean if, like, the crit rate's, like, 200 or something, I don't know what that would do then for the other attributes that then it flows to. I just assume that if it goes above 100, then that might do that. I don't know. I really don't know. It means what it literally means. She gains an overall buff, but could crit rate exceed, but should exceeds the max being 100%. Okay. Are the other attributes just like what? Base damage and defense? Does this provide more stability? Is that what it is? Because I guess those would be the only other things. I don't. I assume that's what that, I guess, would mean. Those would be the only attributes I can think of.
Rate to other attributes. And the damage all of her skills deal will increase as she gains more stacks of Rigor Sanguis.
Okay.
Through her passive, she can also apply Carmine Emblem to all enemies on electric tiles, increasing the melee damage that they take.
Okay.
When a blade-wielding doll attacks these enemies affected by Carmine Emblem, Sextons expends Confectance Index to use Sanguine Emblem,
1 second.
dealing
Okay.
massive damage to the enemy. To summarize, Sextons can significantly improve the
I
performance
think I
of
understood
electric
most
and
of
melee
those.
dolls.
I
For
think.
that reason, Jungyu and 404's Leva, Belka, and Andoris make for good team options. Mo has laid out all the details here in this image. I
Alright.
hope you'll find it useful, Your Excellency. As the battlefield footage Mo played just now shows, Sextons primarily
Okay.
uses a blade in combat. This exclusive weapon, Twilight Rose, is the weapon assigned to Sextons. Sublime to wield and easy to carry, it casts a captivating sheen in the hour of sundown. Like Sextons herself, it combines an air of elegance with the sense that this is not something to be trifled with.
It's a rapier.
This weapon can
More or
increase the
less.
electric and melee damage of all allied units, while restoring the Confectance Index of allies that are running low after using their skills. Commanders,
Okay.
if you're looking to improve your electric team or are fond of Sextons, don't miss out on Twilight Rose after the patch update on August 6th.
Okay.
Of course, Sextons has more in store than a powerful presence on the battlefield. After being
Okay.
abandoned, the commander might very well be the only one Sextons can rely on. So, whether Sexton's Covenant feature unlocked this time is a sheer coincidence or something that's been long in the works, Mo won't comment any further. I'm sure you have your own conclusions, Commanders. Speaking of...
Shut up. Okay. Converted to an equal percentage of attack, healing amount, and critical damage to a maximum. Conversion of 30%. Okay. Okay.
Of it, Sextons isn't the only one getting her covenant this time. Mo will let you in on something, Commander. While you prepare mentally for Sexton's offensive, in another corner of the Elmo, our always cautious Lotta is gathering her courage to take one brave step forward. After this patch update, her covenant will be unlocked along with Sexton's. Last time, Lotta left her very own mark on the Commander's face. This time, it's the Commander's turn to place a one-of-a-kind mark on Lotta. To repay the doll's efforts and honest feelings, remember to go back to the dormitories often, Commander. Shower them with gifts, raise their affinity, and receive their carefully prepared return gifts. To commemorate the occasion of the covenant, Sextons has prepared her own welcoming gift. No, it's not this hat on Mo's head. It's her brand new outfit, Nocta Bewitchment. This classically designed maid-style outfit employs a black and white base, a perfect fit for someone of Sexton's demeanor. Upon her, you can see a combination of many qualities: mystery, elegance, and refinement among them.
Yes.
Typically speaking, a maid's duty is to serve their master. But Mo can't help but feel that there's a little something in Sexton's eyes when she puts on this outfit. Some sort of embarrassment? Judging by the image, even after donning an elegant maid outfit, Sexton's combat ability isn't diminished whatsoever. Together with the default combination here, this outfit comes with swappable accessories. The accessories include 3 parts in her headdress, top and stockings. Mo's research reviews that every single accessory underwent a special design process. The art team's pros have combined a number of dissonant materials for Sexton specifically. Matte materials, soft silks, and heavy lace might sound like they would clash when combined, but they all fit together somehow when Sexton's is the one wearing them. I suppose it must be her unique aura working its magic. Whether you prefer a classy, simple style or have an eye for the darker lace elements, you'll be able to find a version that fits your preferences here, Commander. In short, you can put together various combinations with the accessories that are to your liking. If you like this outfit, Your Excellency, be sure to remember to snag it for Sextons after the patch update. After this update, Sextons will also be added to holography. Commanders will be able to control her as you continue to move around the crew deck. Now that we're done with the outfit, it would be amiss not to introduce a new addition to the Neural Helix expansion list. After the themed event becomes available, an old friend will be receiving an enhancement. It's none other than Cheetah! Cheetah has pulled the Commander's chestnuts out of the fire more times than we can count. As for how those chestnuts got there in the first place, don't ask. After equipping the expansion key, Genius's great invention, Cheetah's active attacks reduce Surprise Box's cooldown. This way, she'll be able to use her ultimate skill more frequently to provide buffs and support for her teammates. While Mo is happy for Cheetah, she can't help but worry a little for leader Cheongjo. Even before getting this expansion key, Cheetah had already earned herself the Master of Destruction award. Every time she causes a bit of a commotion, the repair bill alone is enough to give Cheongjo a headache. Now that she's opening her surprise boxes more liberally and using her ultimate skill more frequently, I'm sure the number of surprises, oh, no, destructions, will increase accordingly, right?
Okay,
Let's go
then.
ahead and look forward to Cheetah's future performances for now, though.
Alright.
With the new patch comes a new season of
Event
Gunsmoke
calendar.
Frontline.
Outline.
In this
Alright.
season, you'll be encountering the Horn Beasteel Cryocaros. Its weaknesses are Hydro and Electric, and the platoon buffs this time are Electric and Physical. A
Okay.
perfect opportunity for Sextons to get some practice in. That about does it for the content in the new patch. Like always,
Alright.
Mo has added everything important to this calendar here. Along with everything just introduced, simulation exercise, intelligence supplies, Killingian's commissions, neural survey vision, and
Alright.
more will be coming soon. Commanders, take note of the time in
Yeah.
advance so you
Alright.
don't miss out on any rewards.
Yeah.
All right, that's all the content of this episode. Time sure passes quickly,
Alright then.
and it's time to say goodbye again before you know it. Before we
Yes,
go,
what I can do
Mo has
is...
one last little teaser. Mr. Pizza and I are working hard to prepare the awesome
Alright, come
incoming
on.
content for everyone. Not only that, but we have some massive rewards that we're preparing behind the scenes.
Go on.
They'll likely be officially released in the next patch.
Okay.
They'll have to remain secret for now. No spoilers. But they're worth looking forward to for sure. Of course, there are still many ongoing events with rewards in our current 1.5th anniversary major update. Make sure the
Okay.
rewards are all yours before the patch ends, Commanders. Thank you for watching, Commander.
Okay, there we go. Alright. So, unfortunately, the rest of these are the really long videos. I think the only thing that's short is the second year, anniversary cringe part list. So, I think... Oh, wait. Wasn't there some videos, I think, that were added to my Discord? For reaction suggestions. I think I ended up watching this video earlier. But... Okay. I got more short stuff. Okay. Yeah. I think I've not watched any of these three, so I think I can see what these...
Right, so a man from Texas is now considered a danger for society because he made one angry phone call after he realized that he cannot watch his anime. Now, it's not that he can't physically watch his anime, he could. Like, he could actually show ID in order to watch on Crunchyroll because he wanted to watch legit. But he was greatly offended over the fact that they're asking for his ID. Americans apparently don't appreciate this, right? Like, with what right do you...
Huh. Okay. In fact, you're looking at them. Yeah, I saw these ones. Okay, then. I am very surprised. Huh. I'm kind of surprised that... Yeah.
You
This is
ask
odd
me,
one.
an adult,
Okay.
for age verification. Who the fuck do you think you are? Like, this is not a bar. I'm not going to have a drink. I'm not having a pint. I want to watch some fucking cartoons, you retards. Like, let me watch the fucking cartoons. But the Texas government, they say no. You're not going to watch cartoons. You need to have an ID to watch cartoons in America. And so the man picked up the phone and he was very upset. He said that the 35-year-old man called the Texas governor's office and left a voicemail complaining about a new law that he believed was blocking his anime. I don't know which one of you sons of bitches passed this motherfucking bill to get this damn shit blocking my motherfucking anime.
Okay. Yeah. The fact is, you need to be an adult to begin with to have the info to have a Crunchyroll subscription. Well, I mean, not necessarily. I had a debit card before I was 18, so you don't necessarily need to. You would just need to be on one with a parent. So you could, in theory, be able to get things yourself without necessarily being 18. But I think the funny part to me about this is that, for the most part, there's actually nothing adult, I don't believe, that is on Crunchyroll. Because everything that I could see on Crunchyroll, if there might have been a scene that would have actually possibly shown nudity at the time, it was like gone in like a video editor and someone just like took a marker over it. Or just cut the chunk from the episode. For like the only thing that I think I saw that would have had nudity at that time, or that I think known might have had nudity at the time. Yeah, but that means it being used under the umbrella of an adult, so no further action is required. Yeah, but the bit is that, like, Crunchyroll already doesn't allow adult, and yes, not a single thing has ever shows it. Yeah. And so that's the part I find funny, because to me, what I assume this means is that either Crunchyroll saw the law and implemented a thing for Texas. Probably, I don't know what the verbiage of the law would be, but that would mean that Crunchyroll saw that and assumed that they would have to. Which is funny, because I don't think there's anything on Crunchyroll that also wouldn't be showable on YouTube. Which would in theory mean if Crunchyroll removed it, it probably would have also had to be, like, had to have the ID. It probably would have also been necessary for, like, YouTube.
Unblock my fucking anime.
Yeah.
Okay, so, they say that this is threatening. Where is it threatening? Like, are the politicians above reproach? Last time I checked, the politicians were the servants of the people. The politicians should actually lick the boot of this man. Because he is the one paying for their wages. Every single time this man makes an account on Crunchyroll and pays the subscription, the greedy politician reaches his hand like a fucking beggar and takes some taxes. When a Japanese man slaves over a hot piece of paper to make the anime and then sells it to Crunchyroll, the begging politician reaches his hand, to take some more of that cash. So, like, they take and take and take.
Yeah.
And now they give age verification. I can understand why this man is butthurt, but what I can't understand is, why is the story about the man and not about the fact that the Texas government has arrested the man? Like, this is what I find abhorrent. So
well, I think I see, I don't know if this is the full quote. I'll be honest. Some folks have been, trying to claim he sent death threats. There's been no confirmation that he ever sent death threats. Yeah, I have to assume that it's, I have to assume that it's, it's recorded, and so, in theory, if he does have to, take it to court or whatever for whatever he would have been arrested for, like, if there was an actual threat, because this has no threat. There is no threat. There is no direct attack on any person. This is just name calling, which actually...
So, like, what? Like, this is the photo, right?
So...
35-year-old man called the Texas governor's office, left a voicemail. I don't know which ones of you sons of bitches passed this motherfucking bill to get this damn shit blocked by motherfucking anime. Unblock my fucking anime.
Yeah.
Why is he arrested for this?
I have to assume
is
that there
the
was
anime
more?
ban now so important that we have to crack down on the free speech of
I just have to assume there was
law-abiding
more,
citizens?
because
Has
otherwise this will
the
probably
anime
get thrown
jihad
out
brought
as
so
soon
much
as it gets to
dementia
actual,
to adults that
a
in
little bit
order
further
to
along, 'cause-
crack down on cartoons, they have to also crack down on free speech? Like, hopefully, there is something that
yeah.
I'm missing
Yeah.
from all of this.
Yeah.
Because if they just arrested them.
Yeah, I have to assume that they just simply aren't including all of it in this tweet. That's my hope.
For that, the man can sue. And I hope he does sue.
Yeah.
What I do love about this man is the fact that, first of all, he
God.
understands where the problem is. Like, he is not calling
Yeah.
Crunchyroll, right? He's not upset at the company. He knows exactly where to go. And so this places him on an IQ level far
Potentially.
above 50% of Europeans. But I guess he's from Texas, right? So, like, a lot of
Yeah.
smart people.
Well, that all depends on... Because the bit is I don't know what verbiage it was used. Because unless they specifically, like, have a list, as they just went all online websites under this category, or that can show X category, then I can see Crunchyroll debating whether their stuff might fall into that category and blocking it themselves. If it's a actual given specific a website list specifically, and Crunchyroll was on there, then where he went was correct. But I mean, in theory,
I'm from
going
Texas, so that explains it.
to that. But
The other thing is,
the also bit is the governor's office actually wouldn't be the right ones to call. The ones to call would be probably the Texas legislature. So, like the Texas, I think it would be senators, or no, it wouldn't be senators. It'd be part of the I think Texas House of Representatives or whatever. So like the people who are the lawmakers for Texas. The governor can sign bills, but his thing is more or less, I think, at the end of the process, just, okay, this broadly does what I like, he can sign it, or he can choose not to, but depending on how things go, I think they can sometimes pass anyway for states, so technically it'd be I think Texas House of Representatives would be the better ones to...
I gotta say, a lot of
but
people laugh and
still.
mock him. But can you say the same about other people that generally care about their rights? I don't know, like if every single person that cared about immigration or every single person that cared about taxes getting raised, if every single one would have done what this man has done, I guarantee to you, America would have a little bit more freedom than now. Not that it doesn't have a lot of freedom now, but like, living standards would improve. Let's put it like this. If every single person, the moment they get inconvenienced by something, they would start phoning the people that inconvenienced them. Yes, I actually think it would make a better society. Unironically, yes. They used to do this back in the day. It was called a concerned citizen letter, right?
Yeah.
But no, what I like about this man, and honestly, I want the statue of him. I don't know who the fuck he is, but like I want him to be the role model for my son. I want my son to grow up like this guy. A lot of people will say no, but like take into account that people usually try to drag others down. So like the more people will say no, the more convinced I am that no, this is actually a great role model. Because like my son already has me as a role model, and I need to look around for more examples. My son should be like this guy. Why am I saying this? Well, it's the principle, right? It's not the fact that he doesn't know how to find anime. It's not the fact that he doesn't know how to install a VPN. It's not the fact that he doesn't know how to pirate or anything like that. It's the principle that upsets him. Like, with what right are they asking me for my ID? Like, he obviously probably has an ID. He is, like 35 years old. He can prove that he is of age. But, like, why is the law harassing me for? What the fuck did I do? And this is why I appreciate him, right? Like, if people would operate more on principle and morality, I think the world would be a better place. Like, forget anime. It's not about anime right now. It's about things in general. You know? Because this is how a lot of the shit starts. And if a lot of people would just, like, the moment the shit starts, like, don't wait until the frog is boiled. Like, the very moment things begin, people would get upset. I'm telling you. You'd get the land of milk and honey. But yeah, of course, online people are mocking him because they don't get it, you know. But I'm able to dissociate the person and the case from the principle, right? Like, he genuinely doesn't like the fact that they're asking for his ID. And by the way, like, it's Crunchyroll, right?
Yeah.
Like, they don't have pornographic anime. There's no hentai on Crunchyroll. So, like, what? Now you need to ask ID to get on Crunchyroll.
Yeah, that's the part that
I mean, if this is the standard, soon you'll need ID just to browse Google. Like, what if you use Google in order to see a naughty image, right? What if the person using Google is a child? My suggestion for the American government, right? Because, like, this is a lot of work. You know, like, creating all these new laws and shit. Just go to China, right? Because China has already done the legwork. Like, if you admire them so much, you know, they already banned porn. Like, if you enjoy the Chinese system so much, just import it, you know? Just, like, get a Chinese translator. Like, I know that a lot of Democrats seem to sleep with a lot of Chinese spies, with Feng Feng and whatever their name is. You know, get some of those ladies to just translate the Chinese legislation made by the CCP. And then, yes, like, require fingerprint scanner, retina scanner, whenever you want to go online, whenever you want to drive a car, whenever you want to enter your home, you know, like, let's bring back the pandemic. Start swabbing people in their nose. Make sure that they spit so you can put it under the microscope. Measure their heartbeats. Put cameras everywhere. I mean, why the fuck not? You know, we're worshipping safety now. Like, cartoons are such a danger that the lawmakers need to step in, right? Like, up until now, everyone watched cartoons, but no longer. Like, we have decided that they're a severe danger to the public. And the consequences is to get better.
See, what's funny is that I think I generally agree with the fact of needing ID to visit places that might have adult images on them. I think it's funny that this somehow managed to somehow include Crunchyroll. I am very confused how they ended up
arrested.
Also getting to Crunchyroll
they
as
actually
well.
Still say, well, hold on a little bit, this is retarded.
Yeah.
Interesting how, you know, the crackdowns immediately happen after these laws. I am going to be curious, like, who gets arrested over this. Take into account every time someone is arrested, it costs the government money, right? So, like, the government had to spend cash in order to get this person in prison.
Yeah.
Again, maybe there is something that he did that I don't know. You know, like, if he actually went with a gun and threatened people, by all means, arrest him. Yes, sure. Now, I would change my mind.
Yeah. Like, if he, you know, while leaving it, said something more threatening, like, with the voicemail, said something more threatening. Because potentially these, like, the way that I see it is that if you want to report something, in theory, I assume, with these dots, this means that there could have been, it could either be that there was a breath where the person wasn't talking, or it could also mean that there was more said after this point, and then this was the final line said or something. So, this can be a full quote from it. This might not be all that was said. Especially because I see these three dots and automatically assume there was either a break in what was said or a continuation later, and so this is also part of it. Because that's the other time I see these, like, the three dot used. So in theory, there was more. Potentially. It could either be a break in speaking, or it could have been stuff that just was not being continued in the thing.
I would change my mind on everything I've said up until now. If there are more information about this case that I wasn't aware of.
Yeah.
But from what I'm seeing, from what is being posted,
it
seems that the guy just made an angry phone call.
Yeah. If a threat was said on the phone call,
and they decided to arrest him over a phone call.
Sure.
Well, I'm glad he didn't write an email then, right? Can you imagine the horror? This is stupid. It's stupid. I thought that people had more important things to concern themselves with, but no, like cartoons seems to be the battleground now, huh? Okay. Let me know what you guys think, and as usual, we'll see each other in the comment section.
Yeah.
Take care, and make sure you age verify, right? Very important now, especially in Texas.
Yes. It was very odd. I definitely don't. Yeah. If he did say something, then yeah, he should have been arrested. Because honestly, I think when people are frickin' even tweeting threats or veiled threats to public figures, they should also be just arrested. No. If you want to threaten people online in a more serious manner, and it can be identified as a serious manner in which you speak, yeah, I feel like arresting a few people who do that should be rather quite useful, especially some people who are a little more popular. Okay. We'll just copy that. We'll watch that afterward, I guess, because apparently that's... Okay, so this is...
Hello there.
Alright. Iron Nest and... was that Panzer Deck?
Fire in the hole!
Oh, dang it. There we go. Take care of that. Okay, let me go back to here so I can actually watch that.
Fire in the hole!
Okay. That's pretty cool. And then we have this.
YouTube just made a new rule that's making it almost impossible for anyone to ever get paid for your YouTube videos again. YouTube just announced they are bringing in new standards that says you have to have at least 1,000 subscribers, which has been normal, but now you have to have either 8,000 qualified public watch hours or 20 million qualified shorts views. Now, this starts on February 1st of next year, so if you don't get to 4,000 qualified watch hours or 10 million shorts views, you're going to have to get double that amount starting on February to ever get monetized on YouTube.
Okay, I mean, YouTube's changed their monetization thing, so I'm not honestly all that upset by that, because, like, I mean, fuck it. If you do a stream or upload videos, unless you pop off, you're never getting those fucking views. You're not gonna get to that level of, like, 1,000 subscribers and, like, 8,000 watch hours. You're just not likely to get that anyway. Like, I mean, fuck it. My YouTube, like, I could probably be uploading video after video after video after video after video, and maybe I might get to 1,000 in like 5 years time if I uploaded videos near constantly of okay-ish quality. But, like, if I'm to get quality videos, I would have to fucking hire fucking quality editors, because there ain't no fucking way I'd be able to actually record something and edit them in any reasonable amount. I mean, fuck it. It takes me, like, for every hour of footage I record, it probably takes me 3 to 4 hours to edit. So if a game's gonna be taking me like 20 hours to do, that's like 100 hours, basically, of time for maybe a couple of videos on that one game, if I'm lucky.
So my wife said men can't decorate. I beg to differ.
Yeah.
With over $1.5 million worth of decorations in this room, I think I have a sense of style.
Ah, yes.
I mean,
the guns.
my decorations go pew, pew, pew. Even have a 50 BMG vault. All nice
Impressive.
and organized, decorated. Heck, I even came up with these fancy plates to name the firearms inside this room. What do you think? You agree with my wife that men can't decorate? Let me know in the comments.
Alright. I mean, quality videos rely more on having an interesting personality, not how much editing there is. I mean, to an extent. Like, to an extent. But to some extent, not really. Like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, being interesting definitely helps. But you have to at least have some amount of quality to some of your shit. Or at least, I'm not certain, at least for audio, at the very least. I know I watched a couple of videos at one point where the fucking, like, there's a YouTube channel called I think it's Ember's Paradox, or something like that. Ember Paradox, or whatever it is. And I cannot listen to their channel, because I don't know what they're doing, what they have for their audio. But it has, like, the most god-awful sound. It is so just screechy. It is, I cannot stand audio. I can barely stand the quality of audio that I had when I first started YouTube. And theirs is slightly worse than I would consider mine. No, not to an extent. Editing videos to add a whole bunch of crap doesn't actually make quality video. So long as it's a smooth video from start to finish, then editing is the least concern. That's the bit, right? What makes a good video, and like the parts that require to make a good video, I can probably find their channel. If I just, we'll just pull up this one, because I think there's a freaking YouTube. Yeah, so if I just do this real quick. Ember. Here it is. Yeah, Ember Paradox. I guess I can do this so that you can kind of hear it.
As a firefighter / paramedic.
Audio like that. I cannot stand audio like that. With that, like that, just screechy sound. No, I don't like it. I cannot stand listening to those videos. If it wasn't for that audio, I might have watched some more of her stuff, because some of the stuff she's reacted to I find really interesting. But that kind of aftertone, just, I don't like it. And I've seen at least like 3 different VTubers who have, I assume it's some sort of an effect running that creates that. I have to assume it is. That, or they're using just, I don't even know what, because I'm pretty sure most phones have better audio quality than that. I'm pretty sure frickin' in the ear. I can play longer, but I just don't like listening to it.
I think this could be fun, and I think anybody in chat that has been a firefighter or a paramedic may appreciate what we are about to say. Are we ready? Let's take a look.
Fire rescue, somebody called for a stroke?
Ready?
I don't know if I just-
Think anybody I figured we'd take a look at a compilation of real things he's seen as a firefighter slash paramedic.
I think they have like a noise gate or something, but it's really badly set up.
I think this could be fun, and I think anybody in chat that has been a firefighter or a paramedic may appreciate
It's not the
what
worst,
we are about
but
to
it's
say.
just... It's not the worst. I think it's been slightly better, but like during those laughs, you can really hear like that, like after crackle, where I think what it is that they have a noise gate, but they just have it set up and it cuts off their voice at levels that just... There is no almost lower tones to their, like, to anything that they do. And I think they just have a really weird, like, a gain noise gate kind of mix or something. Because it just, I don't know. It just, I don't like it. I really don't like it. Like, I can somewhat stand some of it. Like, I can probably watch it at some points. But it's one of those bits where it's just... that's literally just earbud quality mics. That's normal for the cheap price that they are. I mean, I guess to some extent, maybe? I don't know. It's just... Yeah. Let me see, what is this? Oh, shit. Wait, why does it say that there was 2 here? Oh, well. I don't know why... Why did that show 2? Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Alright, and then we'll do this one. This watch then. Okay, so there was some moisture inside the watch. Or some air actually inside the watch, not moisture necessarily. Broken O-ring or bad O-ring, okay. Huh. Don't forget the rice growing image and reactions. Oh yeah. The precision of watches. Real freaking delicate stuff. Go back to the start. Oh yeah. They open, I assume that's the case of the watch. Okay. Oh, I assume, is that like a leak finder kind of thing then? I think is what that was. Then they pull out the O-ring. The bad O-ring. You missed it again. What'd I miss? I don't think I missed anything. I saw all of it. What is it that you're saying that I missed? The first 2 seconds. I was seeing the first 2 seconds. It literally shows the watch with kind of the cloudy face. And then it, after that starts, it then goes over to this. Yeah, I saw that. I commented on it with the watch having a cloudy face. I did see that. Are you talking about the frickin' the text that was there? Well, I can't read. O-rings are really annoying to work with. At least small ones are. I don't like working with O-rings. You said moisture when it was, and it was moisture. Oh. Yeah. I think I said, you said moisture, then said it wasn't. It was moisture. Yeah. I just couldn't quite tell what was going on partly. Yeah, there was moisture inside of the case, creating a sort of foggy effect. Yeah. And then you said, what is that? You said the rice growing image in reactions? What? Oh, this. Okay. Oh, that just opens the image. Doesn't allow me to actually see any of the other shit. Okay. What does it says? Azure Lane to sell premium rice balls made from rice that listened to. I assume that's a character in Azure Lane, ASMR, its entire cultivation. Okay then. I assume that that's the character. Alright then. Yep. Alright. Alright then. Alright, nah. Alright, what game are we gonna be playing, by the way, tomorrow? Boy. Alright. Let's do that. Alright. Yeah. Alright. There's a character type, not the character itself. Oh, okay. AKA known as gals. Okay. Alright. Probably last group out. Gotta test some money laundering. Okay. Well, with that, I think. Unfortunately, Twitch is still on me showing off the character. So, not really gonna be an option for a raid, necessarily. Oh god, Twitch is awful right now. God, it is awful. Okay. Yeah. Alright. I think I might call that the stream then. Holy hell. Yeah. Prevent, I assume it prevents raids. No. I mean, it doesn't prevent raids. I could still technically raid somebody, but I'm pretty sure that the only viewer that it's marking is me on the stream preview. So any raid is just going to be me trying to join somebody else. In theory, it might load for you, but then we'll raid somebody and then we'll be, yeah. Alright. If we do raid somebody, who we got to raid? Oh, good. Close the tab. Yeah. Let's see. Who do we want to raid? We could raid Ivan again. He's playing a different game this time. Yeah, I think we'll raid Ivan again, I think. Just because I like raiding Ivan. So we'll go raid Ivan. So we'll start the raid. Alright. Yeah. Hopefully it actually loads for me, but I think with that said and done, I think that'll, about do it for me. Holy YouTube lag. Yeah, everything's a little lagged right now. Yeah, I think we'll raid Ivan. So, if you want to join in watching him later, that'll be good, but hold it. Okay. Pause. Okay. Is there somebody else you'd want me to raid? I think my YouTube comment didn't make it through. Which one? Check reaction channel. Oh. I'm going to have to say no, it did not. Okay, let me move back over to live. Alright. So, I assume that this is this what? Sexton's character or something? Or... Oh, wait, no. This is probably the character from Azure Lane. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we got... I assume that's the character's base outfit. Then... What is that? Shimmering... Forstia? Forstia? I don't know. That's how the character looks. Good. Right. Another image of it. What's the difference between these two? Or is there a difference between these two images? I don't think there's a difference. Oh, I see the difference. Japanese battleship, Owari, you mentioned, Garu, Garu, I don't know. My wish is for love. Okay, and then that's that outfit. Okay. Rather ridiculous outfit. Okay, and I noticed what the difference is between these two, so. Alright. God, Twitch is so awful. Holy sh... It's just now on the YouTube side of thing, Gaia-Ru? Okay. Yeah. On the Twitch side, by the way, it was just now when you put in the... this one. Jeez. Gonna move this off to the side. When you put in... How long ago was this? Yeah, when you were talking about the delay, so when you put the, basically as always, the delay between you typing and it showing up being 360, with the internet in 360p, that's how far back it is. Twitch is awful. Okay, but we'll go do the raid the channel. We'll go raid Ivan, and then we'll call it, cause I should probably actually get some sleep so I can be well rested for playing tomorrow. Yeah. All right. With that, I'd like to say thank you all for coming out and watching. I've been Captain Tendrexus, signing off.